2 minutes now. Hey guys, here we go. Okay, we were going to set up our new noble with some appropriate quarters. And we still have to get our mayor his quarters as well, since he's doubling as our broker and our chief medical dwarf. And we need to make him 2 more bucklers. That should get somebody to do it here momentarily. Alright, so As I recall, we were in the process of setting up nobles. We still need to get a captain of guard and the hammer. Have to figure out how we want our hammer to be dealing justice, since we don't have a candy hammer for him to run around and dispense justice with. And we're going to push out 10 iron anvils if we have the materials. I'm guessing we do. Let's double check. But I think we do. Oh, yeah. Plenty of iron ores to go around. Use some bronze to make our bucklers, and we'll need to melt down our coins to get our bars back. And with the coin job set up, what we'll end up with is that all these down. All these down. Not sure why I can't melt them, or at least mark them for melting anyway. Oh well, we'll let it go for now. They're probably being moved at the moment or something similar. Not the end of the world. Drinks are good, food is good. Several wild animals captured for our archery training range. Well, that had escalated quickly. Tree farm's going to have to wait for just a minute here. We're going to have to come back. Because we really need them to finish up our work here on this nobles area here quickly. It's not every day the Queen comes to visit. It's even less often when the Queen comes to take over your civilization. Probably should get some rooms up for that.
I can't do it. I just can't.
Oh, build me this.
And now he just wants one buckler. Because of course he does. Man is mad about bucklers. And let's see where that gets us with the queen. And our Baron. And we'll just give the engravers a chance to run wild on that for a second. Well, the other advantage of planning mode, and I think this might not be intended by its developers, but I suspect it works that way for now, is that if we get these rooms assigned, then the planning mode furniture still counts for purposes of whether they meet their minimum furniture count requirements or not. It doesn't help you meet quality, it doesn't help you meet value, it doesn't help you meet any of that other stuff as far as I know, but it does help you meet like their count. So if they need 5 chairs and 3 tables or whatever, you can slap those down in planning mode and they count for purposes of that. So it gets you around some of the requirements. The problem we're going to run into, of course, is that we have no good way to get wood still. Beds, 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 beds. The dormitory is going to get a lot of use if we can't get the tree farm up, but we need to get those excavated so we can at least get what furniture we have implemented and see if we can't get them some of their basic rooms started. Let's go and see. Where was our tree farm now? I think I'm going blind in my old age. It's kind of big. How can I miss it? There it is, right by the farm. Duh. Okay, so we'll put this on, and I don't think it saves macros between sessions, but we can try it. No, I didn't think it would. So we'll put the macro back in. And that involves setting the channel, hitting enter, shift moving a few times, realizing you didn't hit enter, going back, hitting shift enter. There we go. Now we get it all, designate it all. And stop. And now when we need to excavate another level, we can just play back the macro once. Alright, let's get the miners back onto the tree farm excavation. Which still has 2 levels of stone to dig out. This one, and then, which is this level here, and then this one here. to get our bridges linked up, and then we need to get our water tapped. Only got one of the bridges done here. Did we get the other? Are these suspended, or are they just waiting? They're just waiting. Okay. And as a secondary advantage, boulders, boulders everywhere.
I can't do that there.
As you can see, green glass is just going hell-bent for election at this point. I haven't queued any of these jobs up. They're just grinding them out one after another after another. Since sand is now an infinite resource, they'll collect sand, they'll put it in bags, they'll drag them to the furnaces, they'll make something out of them. They'll drag the empty bag back to the storage right near where the sand collection zone is, and the process will repeat endlessly with no need for fuel or additional resources. Glass is nice. Now, if I wanted to do this more efficiently, let's talk efficiency for just a moment, because I'm a big fan. And it's worth noting, this is not the most efficient setup. A better way to do this would be to excavate some more of this sand area out so that we have some additional space. Dig small pits, 1 tile wide, where the unpassable tile on the glass furnaces would go, and then use magma-safe mine carts and wheelbarrows to transport magma-filled mine carts up here, and then dump them into the holes to put enough magma into each hole to provide for a magma furnace directly adjacent to where the sand is collected. Literally, they pick the sand bag up, they use it, they put the bag back on the empty space, somebody picks it right up right there, collects the sand, and it goes right back to the furnace again. And that's about as efficient as you can get it. You could technically put it below this, and that would be ideal. But without going across multiple Z levels, that's as good as it gets right there. Now that's down the road. I wouldn't worry about that right now. For now, we can use this entire space right down here for kilns and glass furnaces, and later on, if we decide we want to do that, we can move the glass furnaces out up there and then put smelters into the remaining space to magnify our ability to run coin cycles or just melt down any iron we've mined out, for example. Bonus points for doing this is that we're going to pull out any ore that's in this giant chunk, which probably is only cobaltite, to be honest with you, and that's not really an ore we can use. So, not super valuable, but we will get a whole bunch of stone, and I like cobaltite for its blue color, for those of you who are noting my preferences. It's right there on the screen. Prefers blue cobaltite. Maybe I ought to look at a raw edit for purposes of demonstrating those for the stream to transform some other boulder into cobaltite so that I can manufacture cobaltite blocks. And we make one last visual check that all the sections have been dug before we do this, because we don't want to have this go wrong. And then we play back the macro so it cleans out all our stone. Done. Now, if there are no empty bags, that means oh, wait, what is that? Oh, somebody just cut the ground out from under him. I can live with that. Chances are good that we've collected all the bags in the fortress up here and filled them full of sand, and they are now, being deposited back downstairs slowly but surely. Well, I think we just lost Dwarf Fortress there, guy. Kathump. Okay. Let's try it again. And this is why we do seasonal saves. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just about. Really only about 26 minutes, but close. Okay, so true secret. Secretly relieved in one respect. I really wanted an odd square count in my room here, and I actually did 8 by 8, and I wanted 7 by 7. And I left it because I was feeling lazy. But now I'm compelled to do it right, and my shame has been confessed, so I feel much better. We'll assume we may have more nobles later. We can extend this further down, but that we'll use that for nobles, and then we'll use the stuff up to the north for positions that require an office. So other than the manager and our bookkeeper, who have their little cubby offices on another floor, any nobles who end up needing one, like, say, the mayor, we can put in here. So right off the bat, we need mayor and captain of the guard, baron, and king, queen. Whew. Okay, so back down to the tree farm to get rid of all that designation that they're currently doing. And we're waiting on one of our mechanics to get over here and architect these two bridges. We need to put this on a lever. We need 9 grates, this on a lever, this dug out, and we're ready to go. This needs to be access corridor because this is going to be sealed up when we punch the hole. Huh, apparently we nibbled 2 chunks of raw adamantine without realizing it. It's buried under the magma now, but cute. Oh well. So apparently our magma forge is built like more or less directly over an adamantine spire. I mean, like, right over it. Doesn't look like we see it going up to the 3rd. We know that there's one here that touches the 3rd cavern. And if we can get that bad boy mined out and start making coins out of him, we don't have any reason to go back in the caves ever again. We get our water, we get our silk. Silk would be a good reason, I guess. We still have to deal with that one. But I'm hoping the tree farm will help us fix that one as well. Cave spiders are vermin.
Oh, I won't do it.
And the cages continue to be installed. We still need a huge number of them, though. So we'll just jam that job out front. I know there's a job making them, but we want to make sure we just queue up 30 for this day instead of 10. So rather than doing them a little bit at a time, we're getting them spread out faster and getting them done quicker. We need cages. So many cages.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
And you'd think the things were baited with the number of muskoxes we managed to pull out. It's not really that I need the tunnel to be this wide. It's just that if I can keep 3 miners down here, I stand a better chance of getting through this. I would pause and cancel designation spam over and over again.
I can't do it.
Good enough. Let's take a look at our workshop counts and see if we've got anything we need to do. We need to get a soap maker's workshop up. Start making soap. Jeweler's workshop. Since we've got glass on site, jewelry is, or gems are easy to make. We can make raw glass and cut that down. And while it's not the most valuable gem by any means, it's readily available, readily abundant, average value, and more importantly, free. And meets a creative need in the process for the dwarf that's making them. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a couple of querns up. I believe querns are made in the mason's workshop, but you know, usually by this point, I've got the manager up and running and I just let him handle it. Oh, I'm all ears because I know you can disable the announcements, but I didn't know there was a way to disable the canceling. I confess, I didn't look after we were done last night. I'm slowly painting the world as Manfred von Karstein and to unwind after our sessions. But go on, I'm all ears. I want to hear this bit. Tell me.
I can't do that there.
No. So it's not that. That's the pause and recenter. It gets rid of the pause, it gets rid of the recentering, but it does not get rid of the job cancellation, which will still occur. The job cancellation, as far as I know, is hardwired, so unless DF Hack has a way around it, I don't think there's a way to get past that. The announcements you can cancel, in the sense that, you notice my game doesn't automatically pause and recenter down here every time we cut a chunk of damp stone out. I had to force myself to watch it manually rather than having it forced upon me. And that's because we've already disabled the pausing and the recentering for damp stone and warm stone. Either I know they're there or I don't want to have my focus jerked away. Um, I can always zoom to them very, very easily with the announcement screen, so I don't need to have the game yank my attention to them. If it's a sudden surprised warm stone and I see it in the list why we stopped digging, when I go back to investigate why the area I asked to be dug isn't dug, it's going to show me that it's warm. That's fine. That's great. But when it's Yeah, there's a little chunk right there. I know. That's what I said. They canceled it, and they canceled it on the last pass right as they were finishing up. And I just went, good enough. I only need a one wide access corridor. This isn't even intended for them to be using it in any way, shape, fashion, or form later. I can wall this off and save myself the pathfinding down the road. But for neatness' sake, yeah, and maybe they'll manage to get the cobaltite upstairs before I wall it off. But that's only the access to the bridge breach areas. Yeah, we'll cross our fingers and hope we don't crash this time. Wink. Fair warning, I start hitting the kind of thing with a particular map where I'm crashing, 3 and 4 times in a year. That's about the point where we'll roll a new one
No.
because it's usually not a problem. But I've had a few worlds along the way that were just varies by version, of course. The job manager is just going hell bent for election. Look at him go. And did we get a second Baron? No, this is okay. So this is when we got the Baron, but we don't yet have our Queen. We know the Queen is coming, so we're actually ahead of the Queen now. Ha 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 ha! Take that, Dwarf Fortress. Now the Dwarf Fortress will laugh at me, and we won't get the Queen for 6 years.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
You'd think, though, that if we had someone here who was ready to inherit the title of king or queen, that by definition we have a prince or princess among us. Why isn't that like a thing, right?
changed my mind.
Whoops. Probably should get a prison up. We didn't catch the mandate this time around, though. That's the problem. Crashed and lost the mandate. Damn it. We need gold chain. Give me 5 so we can pick the best. We're going to need... oof, wait for me to give him a bed. If the glass statues don't work out, we can always throw them out on the surface. If somebody takes them, great. If nobody does, we don't care. They're garbage. If somebody makes them high quality, wonderful. If not, somebody got a skill up opportunity and practice. Yep, this is the Vettlinger tile set. For those of you who play on those super big monitors, it's even better up close, but even at 1080 you can have a fair amount of detail in the tiles and still maintain a reasonable level of zoom. Well, if we crash again, we'll see about maybe alternating our tile set for a change. Yeah, we lost the first half hour of tonight's broadcast. So we've got 2 bridges we've got to get linked up because I'm... What are you and why are you in my meeting hall? You are a goat kid, and why are you here? Be cautious when you're going through your animal list that you don't accidentally release something that doesn't say stray. Muskox, muskox, muskox. For example, all these guys here are all hostile wildlife, who your guys would promptly try to release into this pasture and unwittingly release into your fortress. You don't want that. They don't want that. Don't let that happen to you. Be careful what you're releasing into your pastures. So now we'll get our goat kid over here. We'll have something to eat, we hope. We can melt down some of the stacks. We'll still be making more. Any extra bars we produce thereby won't hurt anything. Okay, what do we got this time? Baron wants
We need to build
trap
some of these.
components. Not a problem. Of course, then he's going to tell us not to export them, and that's where we're going to have a problem. A whopping 6 logs remain to us. We lost the anvil job we queued up. Oi, oi, oi. So many things. Now I'm going to forget what I did because I think it's done and I've checked it off my mental checklist. And need to check and make sure we assigned architects.
Summer is here.
right, you think I can do this? A dwarf with an idea is a very dangerous thing.
No reason why they can't go ahead and finish the rest of the tree farm while we're here. Now they could, yes, still climb over this one. But we've also closed the inner one, or the middle one. And although we didn't close the inner one, we can close, if we want, the wagon gate or the inner one at this point because we don't have the intruder filter yet set up. So even if they wanted to, there's no getting in. Now, we still need to get a militia set up, but to do that, we need weapons, and to do that, we need metal, and that's what all those coins were for, because we're now going to cycle them hard. Coins to bars, bars to coins, over and over and over, with a slight generation of metal over a long period of time. It's not enough to make you rich unless you're doing it for years and years and years and years and years, but it is enough to get your dwarves skilled up and give them a chance to do something creative. Let's see, who showed up to siege us anyway? Oh, only 303 other people, only a handful of which are actually, uh, guests or wild animals. So, it's like, what, 6 full pages? Something like? Yeah, the humans have apparently decided to declare war on us, it looks like. Or else the humans and the goblins have a serious alliance going on, because, yeah, there's a lot of human up in here. Look at this shit. Now, maybe they're all slaves, I suppose. There's a lot of beak dog up in here, too, and trolls, but... And the first ones fall victim to the cage traps. Oh, 3 down now. And there goes another one. Got ourselves a commander here, I think, because this guy's not leaving his side very far. They're like hovering around him. It's alright. They're right wandering. It's alright. Climb up there, boss. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing up there anymore. We closed that hole. Bam! Another one hits the cage. Don't even have the weapon traps up yet. Now, as far as destroying these guys, we have a few options. We could use them as live fire, but if they prove problematic to destroy or we are simply having too much fun We could always simply dig ourselves a shaft to the magma sea and then chuck them into a hole, cage and all. Cages are free, after all. We can make as many of those as we like. Needless to say, I'm not sending my dwarves out to fight that. I'm not sure whose Wheaties we pissed in by settling up here on this glacier, but we ain't meeting that in the open field of combat. It's not happening. And even if they climb over that and climb in, there's nothing there. There's no way in. Yes, wander around. Oh, another one trapped. I mean, that seething mass over there. I mean, that's like 2 things per tile. They're so heavily overlapped with one another that they're all shimmering. They're all mounted. It's like Big Dog. It's like an entire cavalry force just showed up at our doorstep. They heard that I've been getting a Manny campaign started, and they wanted to show up and mess with my blob, I guess. We're still making artifacts, and just still not getting in. See, I'm thinking what we'll end up doing here is we're going to take all these guys, we're going to strip any weapons and armor they have, render them completely naked. And then we're going to take their cage, and we're going to build it up here on the surface. And around each cage, we're going to build 8 tiles of fortifications. And atop each 8 tiles of fortifications, we're going to build 9 tiles of ceiling, and then get rid of any ramps. And we're going to have guys in cages behind fortifications, eternally trapped, where no one can reach them, but they can see out. And we're going to dot our glacier with our enemies. Who has the coldest bedrooms around? We do. Goblins live forever. Eternity is a long time to spend naked on a glacier. If we want them to actually suffer from it, we'll have to actually build the cages so that they're linked to levers and we can let them out. But
Sorry, I can't do it. Sir.
that's still doable. We have lots of mechanics and plenty of stone. Oh, and a troll goes into the cage. See, the cavalry boil never did come in close. They're just sort of seething around the outside there somewhere. Where'd they go? There they are. picked up a few more as they wander around out front and near our doorstep. Once they're gone, we'll floor this over so we can properly seal it up from the outside. That way we have compartmentalized entry. Get rid of this ramp. Put a few more traps around the back side of it just because it filters people who try to pathfind around it from various directions will path near it without going through it necessarily. So we'll just continue this pattern around it. But yeah, I like the storing enemies on the glacier in small self-contained cells to go mad or starve. I like this idea. And the trolls are bound and determined to give us lots on our first siege to work with. Problem, of course, is I can't let them out because then our dwarves will be scared by them even though they can't get out realistically and they are imprisoned forever. So we'll have to leave them in their cages, I suppose, now that I'm thinking about it. But that's alright. It'll work. It'll still be good. Just their luck. Menageried by a group of dwarves living atop a glacier.
I can't do it. I just can't.
The first time I captured, I think it was a giantess I captured. I have to go back and look and see if giants are the ones that are immune to traps or not. I just remember thinking, oh, I'm so going to do Cask of Amontillado, and I took it and put them in the wall and put a fortification up and just left them there. And I started putting little sockets down the walls of my entrance so that everybody who walks in was walking past the cages of the people who tried to get in improperly before. Some people collect treasures. I collect enemies.
I can't do that there.
Picture it, just row upon row upon row of goblins and trolls and beak dogs in cages. Just stored there. And then as the rows get complete, we just wall it off. Eventually the lights just go out. Future archaeologists find this modern marvel and claim that we were keeping slaves in pens or a strange sort of zoo of other sentient races and their animals. No. No. Just obsessed with storage space. That may be, you know, if they came through here before and they were, say, further to the north, they might have just, like, clipped, like, right here on their last pass. If they're, because so far they've come in, like, right here, and they've just moved steadily this way. If they're not going to be able to get in here, my guess is they were on their way to some place. Well, now that we've got this dug out, let's Okay. So we've got to set ourselves up a prison cell here because we've got that mandate that we missed when we crashed and reloaded. Made it the first time and forgot it the second time. So now we've got our door, chair, table, bed, statue, box, and cabinet, chain, drink stockpile, food stockpile, both with a barrel. I'm going to set them to take from their respective stockpile upstairs. Well, or I guess downstairs in this fortress. Okay, so let's see here. Barrels and raw food, and this is prepared food, I believe. Drinks. Drinks. And then prepared food is the one above it, right? Yeah. Okay, it's enough whining about the webs. Thank you. Well, Nafe, let's see. We crashed. Um, we lost about half an hour, so we're redoing the Queen's room, the Baron's room, the Mayor's room, Captain of the Guard's room. We missed a mandate, so now we have to do prisons. A mandate that we caught the first time around, mind you, because we reloaded, and I forgot that there was a mandate on when we reloaded the second time, so we missed it the second time. Yeah, not super happy about that one. Be perfectly honest, if you all weren't watching me, I probably would have reloaded the damn seasonal and redone it again just to get the mandate, because I know we got it the first time. I specifically went down there and queued the jobs up for it. It's alright. It's alright. Gives us a good chance to put prisons up. We need to do that, so let's do it. I think actually those maybe have came out okay, because I remembered to redo those, obviously, so, you know. We haven't actually flooded it yet. We've still got to get things linked up. I think we're still waiting on architects here. I need to see what's going on with my mechanics. These may not be inside the burrow, now that I think about it. That might be a problem. It's good to know that we can get cave spider silk inside our fortress doing this, though, for the record. That's proof that if you dig alongside a natural cavern and leave yourself the rock wall, you could theoretically get cave spiders in the resulting hollow, which your dwarves can harvest, and bug last stream with your settings. My settings. Which settings? Oh, full screen? Oh, that's right. And we reloaded, so we may have fixed the job, but I'll bet we didn't fix the dwarf. No, we got them. We took care of them. They're fixed. They're good. Do need to expand those smiths because this guy wasn't. These last two weren't doing all the jobs. Now, right now, for the record, we're not cranking out super high. I mean, some of this glass furniture is because we got that one high-quality glass maker in this mix somewhere. Right now, we basically, though, have every dwarf in the fortress just churning out whatever glass furniture they feel like. We don't care. Quantity over quality at this point. We get the multiplier for the value of the item. We've already hit our guild hall and tavern requirements. Bard is visiting. Yeah, I'll bet he's visiting right up until that siege out in front sees him, and then he's going to be visiting his grave pretty quick. But I guess we'll see. Guild hall for the rope of anvils. The Craftsdwarfs Guild now requires a guild hall. Okay. From no guild to straight to Grand Guild Hall. Bang, done. Never need to hear from him again. Be gone and take your guild hall with you. Not sure what that was. Must have fallen, maybe? Somebody popped the infantry boil yet? Nope, still there. Okay, so what are they doing? This entire civilization lives in the branches of one tree, or what? They made it a game to climb to the top of the mushrooms and jump off? They're bored up there, so they're starting to shoot down the ravens. We're not sending them to anybody, but they're starting to shoot them down anyway. was hoping that raw glass appeared in this list, but I do not believe that it does. Which is okay. We won't worry about it. Get some folks down here to set these up, and we can start encrusting things with gems. Raw glass gems. We should have. Let me try to remember where gems appear here. Rough gems. There they are. Raw green glass. 83 gems. Ready and raring to go to be cut down and studded into something. With the entire fortress potentially producing raw green glass gems for a handful of ceramics workers to stud, we can stud everything with glass. And all this while that wonderful infantry boil up on the surface has to endure glacier conditions. We're warm and snug, they're out on the ice.
Sir, you can't do that there. Bars and coins, coins and bars, north and south through this room. Sandbags all over that wall where they're close to the furnaces they're using them. Okay, we've got our last forge laid in.
mechanics have been busy hauling. That's the problem. I didn't fix that. You know, it occurs to me, though, that now that we're sealed up, there's no way for them to get out anyway, so we don't have to have them in a burrow. They can do whatever they want. Now, just in case, absolute just in case, on the far, 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 far side of this thing, we will dig ourselves a tunnel all the way out to the edge of the map and smooth and cut ourselves a fortification. So if we do go crazy and forget about this for a minute, we don't have to worry about a giant flood of water. It would have to go up several floors to affect our fortress, and it would have to fight the drain the whole time. The horrendous FPS hit from having to drain the entire cavern into here would probably be noticeable to us at that point. No longer required. We can remove that thing and the bridge will just stay there forever.
So I would love to know why the number of melt designated items in a fortress several thousand coins and more than a handful of stacks of those coins designated for melting is not having 10 melt designated items ready for smelting. And we'll make ourselves a bunch of giant axe blades because any of those that aren't masterwork can be melted down. That one's linked up. My masons must be really busy. I only have 3 of them. That would be why. "13 animal caretakers all came to visit at once." try to get this stuff cleaned out so that this is a little less packed in here. Just for a second, we're going to turn on blacksmithing so we get these forges set up. Any smithing would work, but I don't want to have these haulers suddenly doing all of our smithing jobs, so I want them doing something that's not going to be done by the rest of our group. We're not making buckets or chains right now, so no blacksmithing getting done. Hope everybody's having a good night tonight. We're off to a great run with this fortress. Well, Nafe, did you hear what we're planning for the bedrooms of our enemies? Now, I'm a big fan of solutions that sometimes Dwarf Fortress doesn't recognize. And that siege left us a lot of filled cage traps. It's not over yet. They may still wander through the rest. A lot of filled cage traps. So I'm thinking that for each one of these cage traps that contains something other than like a muskox or a stoat, then we're going to go out here on the surface somewhere. And we're going to build little tiny hollow pedestals in rows. And inside each hollow pedestal made out of fortifications, I'm going to put one cage containing one enemy. And over the top of those fortification pedestals, I am going to put a ceiling. And we are going to have a row upon row upon row of enemies in glass cages in the middle of a tundra and a glacier. Butt-ass naked, stored out there for all to see. Who has the coldest bedrooms around? We do. Now, as much as I'd love to blink the cages up and let them out and literally trap them in the glacier in that sense, unfortunately, it will also scare my citizens if I do that, and so we're going to have to leave them in their cages, but that kind of sucks, but there you go. Now, if I really wanted to cask of Amontillado them, I could theoretically, well, there might actually be a way to do that. You could cut one fortification pointed away from the fortress, lock them all in, let them all loose. Nobody sees them because they're constantly on the other side of a wall. But there is no way I'm going to send my dwarves out to fight a 300-strong siege of invaders. It's just not happening. They can mill around until we capture whoever, but there's no way I'm fighting 300 guys with my 98 dwarves, none of whom are properly militia trained. No. No, thank you. See, that's, like I said, Personally, I would think that a solution like mine would be utterly horrifying for everyone. I don't care who you are. We capture you, we lock you on the glacier, we wait till your parts freeze off. We don't, we literally cask of Amontillado you. Not completely, no. We leave it hollow so that your whales carry across the glacier as you freeze. Goblins don't die of old age or starvation. I'm just saying.
No. I said no.
There'll be a lot of long, cold nights out there on the ice. And they're literally bricked into dwarven construction, which in the current version might as well be on the far side of a wall of impenetrableness. But think about that.
Baby's been born. Oh, that's just great. Another mouth to feed.
Here's a fortress of guys that, when you come to invade them, if they capture you, they will brick you up in walls and leave you there to scream. Not buried away where nobody can hear you. No, they'll leave you out front. Bricked right into their walls. Ooh, I like that idea. Bricked right into the walls. Anybody get a chill when I did that? I like that idea. Bricked right into the walls is doable. We could literally just start building little slots along the outside edge of our wall and socketing cages into them and walling them up. When we run out, we can go up to the next floor, do the same thing. It's going to look like that pyramid of Morty's. I'm just saying, I'd never thought about building them into my literal exterior walls before, but now that we say it, I'm down for that. That does sound kind of nice. No, we can't. There's no way to cannon them. You can't fling them. We could pit them and then shoot them with arrows, I suppose, but that doesn't feel epic enough. Lots of people do that. I've got a little range set up that we're, partly set up to do that. We'll probably do that with, like, the muskox and the stoats so that we clean out our cages and get a little archery practice in the process and maybe get some meat and hide. Oh, the goblin-supplied mortar. I can't speak to that. I haven't actually read all the story canon, I have to confess. Sorry, haven't. Too much. But I cannot imagine for a moment that dwarves would not have replicated the cask of Amontillado 1,000 times. You're one of the only races that delves these giant underground structures. Are you telling me you didn't create a way to put your enemies into a box and forget about them? Dwarves probably would have a word for oubliette before the humans were standing upright. But I mean, if we don't build them into our walls, and I think I'll build the first few, certainly, and I think we'll use goblins. Anything that's not a goblin, the goblins will just mount on the walls. But, like the beak dogs and stuff, I'm not going to worry about getting them out of their cages. I'm just going to take the cages downstairs and pit them right into the magma. Or, no, I got a better idea. We'll build ourselves a little shooting arena specifically for that. Yeah, let's do that. I don't like the one we've got now. It's too close to the ice. It's going to be too small, but could do. Could do. we're going to wall this part back up. And we'll make X, and this is going to have a hole behind it as well. The reason you want a hole behind it on the far side is that shots that miss will go past the target, potentially, and hit the empty space and fall down for collection later. Ideally, you would have them on individual columns, but I'm not worried about that. Let them wander back and forth. Let them shoot. Let them miss. That's all good. I'm going to just toss them in there, pack them in. But I think the problem is I can't pit them from high enough up, and that bothers me. So I don't like this. I think we're just going to scrap it. I really don't care. I got to thinking about it, and even with a hatch, you're just pitting them from right above where you're using them. I don't like it. Let's do it somewhere else. Somewhere further up, maybe, where we can get a little more height on our drop, perhaps. We go right below the bedrooms at floor 5. We come out east here, so we're doing it out here, say. And we go down. We don't hit anything. We don't hit anything until the caverns, do we? No. Okay, and that's like way down at, yeah, about 19 or 20. So good. Plenty of drop distance then. Perfect. All right. So. Live fire archery range. Passive target archery range. Separating door area. Dog area to confine guards in case something does get out. Bridge here, bridge here. We can lower this bridge to let any escapees into this area, which will fill with cage traps to facilitate recapture. Enemies will land on the pillar, around which we'll have trenched. Down a couple more levels. They'll probably be injured, won't move much, should be fairly easy to kill them. We're talking about dropping them 5 levels, it looks like, to here. And then below this, any arrows that miss can be dropped, can be collected. We'll allow the, you open the 2 bridges when there's nobody in here and clean this area out periodically, no problem. I think the only thing I'm going to do different is I'm going to move the column all the way to the back so that there's nothing for them to hide behind. If they stand here, the archers can't actually hit them, I don't think. Maybe not even there. The other way to do that is to dig this so deep that if they fall off the column, there's no hiding. They just, you're not coming back. You can drop it another 10 levels and congratulations, you dodged the bolt. Did you land on the column? No? Well, then congratulations, I hope you learned how to fly. But we can set up archery targets here for passive training. We can set up live fire exercises periodically with our militia or whoever here. That'll work. So what we'll do is we'll temporarily, actually we don't have to do it temporarily, we can do it like it is. We'll set up a fortification behind them. Smooth this, cut a fortification into it. So any arrows that miss will hopefully fly through the fortification and hit the wall. If they land in the fortification, oh well, we'll forbid and hide them periodically. Nobody's collecting those, and I'm not going to bother to tear out the fortifications for them, so good for me. And any that land in the catch pocket here can be collected and recovered. Same in front. And then we can trench out those, yeah. Now at that point, he's got nowhere to go, really. I mean, if he jumps down, he can, but, we're going to be shooting at him from right here. This is going to be a bridge right in front of him. This access is to give us some place to construct the bridge, which will block access to the fortifications here. We'll wall that back up once we're done. This hole will actually be a bridge that will raise so that it blocks access to this corridor and traps everybody in here. With this bridge up and this bridge up, anybody who's dropped into this hole is going to be dropped onto this section, right onto that pillar right there, ready to be shot at. And if they jump down, I don't think there's anywhere in here they can actually hide. Maybe if they're right up against this wall and they don't go anywhere, maybe that counts as hidden. Maybe because of where their angle is, but not super worried about it. We could always do that and then forego any ammunition recovery on live fire. or rather, forgo as much. Sometimes the arrows are still recoverable, but it's much more likely if they've hit open space. So then the ones that miss can still be catch-pocketed back here. That's fine. Don't need this access anymore if we make this one floor. Doors here and here. Chains here and there. Door here, door there. Door here, door there. With the intent to block vision in this area of anybody seeing anything hostile over here. This center area won't actually be the center area will be a stockpile, not really a hallway. So we're going to have doors here and here to block vision, and here to block vision, because we don't want to run the risk that somebody's coming in and out at the same time somebody's coming in and out. With 3 doors, we cut down on the risk that somebody standing out here sees the goblin. We don't want to bother them. The screams in the next room have no concern of the dwarves, but if they're actually seeing the goblin, that's going to be a problem. They're okay with the shrieks of pain. This archery target will work just as advertised, though. Make sure we got plenty of floors down here that we're not digging down into something we don't mean to. Yeah, we're looking good there. Baron is Asmel Errol Haller. We haven't got the queen yet. Odd. Probably shouldn't make that a dining room because somebody may come and eat here when I don't want them to. Now, we don't have... Let's see here. Don't yet have our captain of the guard or our mayor assigned. Mayor is Moses. Look at them all just swarming out there.
Can't do that there.
"53 pigtail threads." Okay, so we're starting to build up pigtail thread now. Good. How about cloth? Pigtail cloth, 50. Good. And we have them set not to brew, so we should be processing them down. We have an abundance of quarry bush leaves, so more than enough stuff to cook. See, they're disabled. Drinks are going well. We have milk, which we don't want to cook, actually. That way we have it for cheese. Aha! Now, what was the other one that we were having trouble with? No? We've specified that one. We're just not sure if it checks off yet. Okay, so let's wait and see if that one kicks off like we hope it will. And if it will, then we've got the right combo, like I think we do, to set up for our cycle. I forgot to specify coins last time. My hope is... Oh, we can check it with iron, though, I suppose, couldn't we? grabbing a porcupine would be a bad idea. There it is. There we go. And by there we go, I mean, oh great, what does this one want from us? Not enough yet, huh? Okay, well, hang on. Good enough. Now I have disabled 2 of our engravers temporarily because I don't want them engraving the royal suite with the equivalent of finger paints. The engravers are now going over the royal suite. The throne room is now up to opulent. It won't take long. And if they really need more, well, we'll add something like a weapon trap or a cage trap or maybe a couple. Okay, our bridges are here. We know that this is linked up properly. Our grates are mostly built. What the hell happened to the rest of them? Are they just not done yet? Not done, not done, not done. On its way, okay. When we did it the first time around, we did 8 of them. And I need a full 9, but I wanted to leave myself one opening until I was sure that that stuff had been linked up, so we only called for 8. We need to make the 9th job done, and then once these are all in place and all the grates are on, we can flip the water on and start this tree farm growing. It'll still take a while to get trees ready, though. That's a big problem, so we're probably going to have to make a cavern entrance in the meantime. Make a risky run on some cavern soil. Trees there we can get to. A few more to the west there, it looks like. So while I don't like having cavern access, this is a good spot for us to try. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do here is we'll set up some guard dogs. Because frankly, we want anything that comes in to have something that stops it. We don't want it to just stroll on in if we have to defend ourselves. We'll set up a bridge here. We'll be able to close access to the caverns. And then we'll cut ourselves an access. On second thought, we'll actually do it down there. That's okay. Ooh, neat idea. Can I do that? Oh, yes, I can. mustering room, dogs, traps, bridge access that goes straight across. We'll have a second bridge that raises and lowers to sever access. Bridge access that goes across will give us access from below to make the cavern puncture in a completely safe fashion. Then, as soon as we're sure the cage traps are up, we can lower the bridge and everybody can swarm in and go after the trees. And we will turn wood hauling on for everybody and try and pull all the wood in we can as fast as we can. We have auto webs collection off, so nobody will swarm the caverns until we're ready. We can enable tree cutting on all the haulers and get everybody in there at once. Everybody in, everybody cuts, everybody grabs, everybody goes. Seal it back up, and we've got some wood to make our beds and get our people ready.
do it.
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
Why do you think I can do this? It won't work. No.
Well, they just keep filling them up, don't they?
I can't do it.
We're going to get our limit, bag our limit off this first siege. I'm going to have to throw him back to the magma because it's not going to be sporting otherwise. Oh, they sent the champion. Look at him. I'm just waiting for them to wander into our little mess here. So far, it's been nothing but trolls and muskox, and these guys keep wandering closer and closer and closer. Still plenty of cages left. Yeah, but what bothers me is I want to be able to automate this better than I have it by being able to tell it, hey, if I've got zinc coins banked up, melt them down. That way it just generates its own cycle. But the problem is, when I look at the conditions here, oh, well, maybe I don't have the zinc ones. Maybe that's my problem there. Because I got, yeah, maybe that's my problem. Maybe I didn't mark the zinc ones yet. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't.
problem. Yes, it is. All right. We're just going to melt them all down. These are my dreams, my wish. I'm taking them all back. Okay. Melt them all. Still not sure why I can't melt down those black bronze coins. We're going to have to figure that out at some point. Anyway, once the cycle gets 500 coins, you should be able to melt that down and get 1 bar back. It's 1 stack. You get 1.1 bars, but if it doesn't add up to a full bar, you only get the 1 bar back. So the first few melt cycles on... I can't mark them. They won't let me. Literally. I'm assuming they've got to be owned or something, maybe. It's 1,000 coins I can't mark. 500 are bronze coins, and 500 are black bronze. When I zoom to them, I think this guy's just been carrying them around forever. I think he like claimed them for himself. I could forbid him and then mark him as melted, but I had 1 bar of black bronze. I used it to make coins so I could start up the cycle on black bronze, and that dude claimed the coins that came out the far end and said, "Mine! My coins! Mine!" And now I have no black bronze to melt down. But he's happy he got to claim himself some coins, you know. Well, I mean, it could happen, but it's not likely to. Black bronze isn't like a weaponable metal that I care about, so reality is he's depriving us of some lesser grade material that I might use for studying things. If we could get a damn caravan to actually show up and use our depot. You know, between caravans exploding and siege, we haven't actually had a viable caravan arrive yet. Not one time has there been a caravan in our depot. They've come close. I don't know how many wagons exploded up top here. You know, I have no idea how many there finally were before we figured out that there was something going wrong with the wagons, and that's why we weren't getting any visitors. But as of now, we have not actually managed to complete a single successful trade by virtue of exploding wagon. I'm kind of hoping their champion falls into a cage trap. That would be an epic ending for him, wouldn't it? Caged by the dwarves built into their walls. Yes. Let the champion fall in. Please let the champion fall in. But so far, their little cavalry boil over there seems content to just wander around on the glacier and pretend like they're important, I guess.
But we'll get our cage traps up here. Once these cage traps are installed, we can punch a hole into the cavern here and go get some trees for wood and try and get our... Well, we will. That's the best part. I don't think we have the ice boulders anymore. I wish I'd stopped to consider that, but we have another bedroom level to excavate. And in that bedroom level, full of ice, we will end up with a bunch of ice boulders. We can take all those ice boulders up to the surface because we're hauling them out of the glacier and using them for construction. Haul those ice boulders to the far side of the map on the glacier, build ourselves some fortifications made out of ice, and trap them literally in glacier ice. A glass cage in the middle of glacier ice.
The time for autumn has come.
Identify an enemy as harmless, even to the detriment of my dwarves. Then I would designate all the cages for opening, and we would lock them in and open them up and just let them freeze, and just mark all the enemies as harmless and let my dwarves ignore them. But in the current version, I can't do that. So if I actually open the cages, they'll get out, and my dwarves will freak out about enemies nearby. Oh my god, freak out, freak out, freak out. Or they'll be crossbowmen, and they'll shoot them, and that's nothing better. I don't want them dead. I want them caged forever, right? Or caged until they freeze.
It won't work.
I guess it's kind of Wasteland 3 here, and we got to cage up those Dorsey scum. No trading means no cloth. That's... We're going to start having problems soon if we don't get some trade. Trade over doing pigtails every chance we get because we don't have a way to get surface crops. We don't have enough pigs yet to start talking about pushing on pigs. If we start butchering pigs, we're going to be out of pigs very, very quickly. We've got like, I don't know, 4 or 5 piglets and a couple of sow boar pairs, I think. We just don't have the reproductive capacity to start thinking about butchering pigs. We could do some out of dogs. You know, I've probably got some male dogs. We could trim them down. We need to get our birds up and running. That would give us leather. That's really where we need to be with that. So let's get a pasture up for those birds, shall we? Because birds will turn over in a year. That's a little slow still. We should have done this a long time ago, but we've had a few things to worry about. Not least of which was, hey look, we've got a queen and no beds.
A dwarf has been taken by a fey mood.
I claim this workshop in the name of invention!
Cool. Make us something useless. And then get lots of skills so we can have you make something useful. Although at this point, I'm not even sure what to make. I mean, we can't make trade goods. There's not really real point in making them. We can't seem to get, like I said. Oh, hey, dude, the siege let up. Awesome. Finally. Now we can clean this crap out.
There's nothing more to catch.
Go get 'em, boys. Go get 'em. Bake 'em away, toys.
I can't do it. I just can't.
I'm going to have to look and see if we've got a stockpile to put all these guys in. I don't think we do. I think we started to build one. We didn't get quite there yet.
Sir, you can't do that there.
And now that I have every dwarf in the fortress cleaning out cage traps for us, soon we'll have a giant stockpile full of enemies.
I can't do that there. Sorry, I can't do it, sir. No. me something. It's for the good of the fortress.
We're keeping this king or queen forever. Oh, yes, we are. Make goblets. Yeah, we
I
will.
can't do it.
Don't you worry. We will. We'll just move that one right up to the top where it gets done regularly. Regularly. We should probably tell them to collect sand, too, while I'm thinking about it. 'Cause I don't think we ever did that. So many cages with enemies. So many.
Ugh, I won't do it.
Bunch of beak dogs, some musk ox. Musk ox, of course, or the beak dogs and the musk ox, of course, are things that we snagged on the surface there. Not things we want to let out. It's going pretty well. Welcome aboard.
Any questions or anything you'd like to see in particular? I know what I'd like to see. I'd like to see somebody using our depot. We'll get that bad boy smoothed so that we can get our justice system running so that we can make up for the crash that caused us to miss the mandate.
It won't work. No, I can't do it.
Every coin in the fortress has now been melted back down.
It won't work.
But we've also used up a ton of iron, it looks like. So, should hit some iron in there somewhere.
No.
In addition, of course, to the iron we already know about. Well, I mean, I think that's iron. Let's double check. I'm pretty sure that's limonite. Yeah. So we'll mine that bad boy out and get all our bars.
Can't do that there.
Miner's just absolutely letting it rip on that vein. If only we could make beds out of iron. But we can't. We can, however, find a giant chunk of magnetite, and that is iron. So now we've got a new iron ore we need to smelt.
No. I said no. It won't work.
And that's a vein of limonite running through the magnetite. So my dwarves are going to have plenty of iron now.
I can't do that there.
With veins of bituminous coal throughout. Because why not?
It won't work.
I did say I wanted them all in one place, and boy did it ever deliver. Magnetite with a vein of coal running through it, 2 levels up from where the flux stone is being stored. Wow.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Well, boys, we might start making steel soon, because we can.
I can't do it. I can't do that there. Ugh, I won't do it.
In fact, let's double check this, because we haven't come back and finished this. This is ready now. This is all good. Okay, let's seal this up for a minute and let it do its thing. Actually, I don't think I can get in. Let's just do it.
Now that should literally let in the Nile, so to speak.
I just can't.
Our miners should come along on the access corridor, and the water should just pour in once they get going.
Sir, I hate saying no to you, but no.
Suppose we could let them finish up this giant mining designation I had them doing.
Fuck, I won't do it. Sorry, I can't do it, sir.
Water trickling in, good. Starting to fill up our... Sorry, for a second there I thought I saw... I mean, no, it couldn't have been, right? But I mean, I thought I saw a dwarf in there for a minute. I was like, no, how did he get in there? And why has nobody said anything? And why is he not already starved to death?
Dibs on the cute female, ha. Oh,
Okay,
some lecturers did it.
and new labor force arrival. Ha! It has finally happened. Finally, after all these years, a wax worker has arrived in my fortress. And the first one has arrived. I didn't even notice it. I've never actually had a wax worker show up. I swore I'd name one after him when it did. I don't think Datari is in our list. I'm not sure about Utost. No, Datari's in my list. The rules down below are for real, kids. I babysit like Jigsaw. I'm not here to deal with man children and women children. I'm here to deal with adults. And if you come in and do shit that you're not supposed to do in the channel, you're gone. It's just that simple. Make sure none of these guys need a... Oh, he needs a... No, it's not complaining. Okay.
I can't do it. I just can't.
I can't do it.
And we're starting to get water into our tree farm. And I'm not even worried about the guys grabbing boulders because this thing is going to fill so slowly that it's not going to... Oh, where is he? That's interesting. Oh, he's chained up. And he's chained up because he's got to be in there for like several days. Well, come on, guys.
No.
Take care of him.
Sir, here's the list. Looks like we're out of these things here, you see?
Oh, yes. We need to build some of these.
So, yeah. So, since you're asking, I'll answer the question. Down there below the channel, if you're looking at my channel page, you're gonna see the rules, which basically amounts to don't be a dick. Pretty simple. Walk in and start spamming stuff about buying this and doing that. No, you're out, gone. And I don't do short timeouts. You get 24 hours the first time and you're gone after that, and that's if I'm in a good mood. The last few folks I've done didn't get the timeout. They just went straight to ban. I don't care. I got better things to do than screw with you. So... Yep, that would be the one. That would be our guy. Not that it matters to me, because I'm not doing this to make money for me. I'm doing it to make money for this thing down here in the bottom left corner. So viewers is nice, but doesn't help me. Yeah, you're... Unless they start coming in en masse, I'm not going to bother with needing a bot or a mod. I can just reach over and smash them with the chat function. Yeah, pretty much. I didn't ban him. I gave him a timeout. We'll see if it's just some dude, but my guess is it's a bot.
I can do it.
Well, as much as I'd love to say there's a fix for it, you know there's not. The fix is I smash them and they go away. Joke's on them. Anybody hacking me is...
Sorry, sir, I can't do it.
Well, they're gonna have to work at it. Okay, looks like he did his time. Although I really wish they would actually eat their meals someplace other than my prison cell. Add that to our list of things that I'm hoping Toady fixes at some point.
I can't do it.
$1.2 per. I think we get 1.1 out of each of these.
Sorry, I can't do it, sir. No, I can't do it. No.
That ought to get him done on that route. And I like to think of all the engravings basically saying, don't stand there.
Sir, you can't do that there.
Alright, just a little longer. Actually, we probably can shut it off now. You know what I think about it? We did not actually cut that thing at the far end.
can't do it. Ugh, no way.
And as long as one of those gets cut, we now have a hole in the wall that they'll drain out of. That's all we need.
No. I said no.
This is going to evaporate here in very short order because we have lots and lots and lots of ones. Hoping it will get all of the rest of these, but if not, well, you know, you do what you can. Now, to be fair, it may take a while for this to actually settle down, and we can kind of speed the process up if we hasten this evaporation channel along a little bit. And I want to get the ramps around the outside and in the middle of the room to make sure that we don't have any spots that aren't suitable for growth. We'd like to remove the bell boulders, if nothing else, for simple appearance's sake.
I can't do it.
Okay, guys, we have banked ourselves up 4 hours this evening. We're going to knock off for this evening, but I will hand you off to someone else out there in Dwarf Fortress Land if I can. Hold on just a moment. It's looking like the only two folks I see out there are folks following dwarves. I'll have to hand you off to one of them.
guys. Good luck, and I will see you back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for another day in 37 Days of Dwarf.